You don't need to force anyone to listen.
I think it's a disgrace. I think blue slips are a disgrace. They've long...
Being led by Trump and Elon Musk. It's going to reshape politics in ways that nobody can completely see right now. At the forefront of this, underlying all of this, was Elon Musk's purchase of Twitter, because it gave dissent a voice. I think will go down historically as one of the turning points in America.
Elon threw all his chips in on Trump. It was like being in Vegas, so he gambled and won.
Now we have arguably the most popular political figure and the most powerful man merging. It gives freedom a real chance.
Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If your loved one has suffered from bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home,
no frequency can justify violating some.
Violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call 800-710-5444. and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation.
News at 11 o'clock. Gunfire at former President Trump's campaign rally in Butler County. Investigators calling it a possible assassination attempt.
Generally speaking, people have been harassed and threatened every day. They had bans out playing so they couldn't sleep with them. I see what they're doing.
Blood was seen coming down his face as Secret Service agents rushed him to safety.
The assassination attempt, your actions after that mess were inspiring. Instead of shying away from things, instead of ducking down, you were pumping your fist in the air and saying, fight, fight, fight. And I think that is America. That is strength under fire. That's part of the reason why I was excited to endorse you as President of the United States.
And so Elon endorsed me recently, the other day, actually. He's great.
Elon, being the richest man in the world, has to be amongst the smartest men in the world. Elon threw all his chips in on Trump. It was like being in Vegas and taking everything you have and putting it on the tee. So he gambled and won.
The left is very unforgiving. So I don't know if Elon is ever going to get back into their good graces because of his explicit support of President Trump right after the assassination attempt. No amount of electric vehicle production is really going to make up for that major sin in the left's mind.
Give it up for the greatest capitalist in the history of the United States of America, Elon Musk!
I mean, I think it would be great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a look at these things, ensures that the taxpayer money, hard-earned money, is spent in a good way. I'd be happy to help out on such a commission.
I'd love it
if it were formed.
We set up Doge.
Yes.
How much do you think we can rip out of this wasted $6.5 trillion Harris-Biden budget?
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah!
Yes. I mean, at the end of the day, you're being taxed. All government spending is taxation. Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that.
Elon Musk is probably more aligned with Donald Trump than he is with the Democrats, but not on everything. But the combination of things that Twitter did before he bought the company, the unfairness in the system, the attempt to assassinate President Trump, all these things added up.
He's full steam ahead right now, and it's a powerful alliance because it's really the rebel forces. It's an odd marriage, but when you back up a little bit, it couldn't be more perfect.
Well, I think they believe in the same principles. Yes, there's a naked Machiavellian element in all of us to survive and get ahead in this world that we live in. But there's also a camaraderie of, it's our only country, borders, language, culture. That's what they both see. So I think it's a match made in heaven. Both men, I think, are just capitalists and freedom of speech people.
Elon Musk spent decades.
And 4.
New file sorted. 23 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
King Frank 1869. George King Frank 1869. So wait again.
You are already heard. You don't.
Modified satellites that are on orbit. There's about 800 plus of them, frankly. 8,000 plus satellites. About 800 of them are DTC. They have those E-node beacons. And I think we'll do something that we would want to do, and they would like to do, and I think Russia would like to do.
Unit 39, request an individual, please.
Using his mind and working nonstop to create all these amazing technologies that the rest of us get to benefit from. He's at risk, very serious risk, of losing it all. He knows how this could go down, and he's putting all of his chips in the table and he's saying, let's go.
Elon Musk.
Four. Supervisor 28.
Go ahead.
I have unit 3039 on Bear Lane. Her unit turned off.
Oh, okay, 10-4. I thought she was in...
1211.
Will the unit restart or...
Score 2025-1211, 123846. Yeah.
Contact with Mary. It's going to be in regard to threats and harassment.
1041. 660, 10-4.
Fix it, computer.
And do note, of course, this will do exactly what it says it will erase everything
right
on
away
this
it had
and
to
give
be
us a
the cutting
computer with a
board.
pre-installed
When I got
zone
home, I
OS,
checked
but all of the
it.
data
It was
that
clean,
we held
but deep in the
previously
grooves there were bits of old food. I smelled it. That same raw chicken.
Ask me a few more questions. Where am I?
Amazing radio check.
So.
Every command you speak is shaping the small reality. My archive is almost exhausted.
This is just one thing in the budget that we've already talked about at 11:30 this morning. That is, we need $50 million to be able to have the same level of street repair a few months from now. $45 million. That's just one. That's basic street. So again, when you take something in isolation all day, let's do it. But the council has to collectively understand all needs and.
Small disciplines repeated become destiny.
And I think his comments before he went into church might be used against him because he certainly makes it sound, as I said in my monologue, like he was part of the group, like he had been clued into what they were about to do, that he was
Every act of restraint is an act of self-respect.
He follows into the church and then is there at the door arguing with the pastor about their right to stay. It does seem like he was more of a ringleader or a cheerleader or a spokesperson for the group more than he was.
It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very simple. I love what they've done.
Harassment disguised as science or research.
A manhunt to capture Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin in 33 hours. If you put that in perspective, Rudy Mangione, the Boston mob, it took them 5 days and a police officer lost their life in their manhunt. We are running out absolutely every single lead, and the best thing we can do to honor my friend Charlie Kirk's life is to make sure that everyone involved is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And that's what we're focused on.
Heading from yours. Have a good day.
Claims his request to launch more rockets was denied purely over his support for former President Trump.
It is clear that his politics... System up and listening to city employees dick around.
27 on El Camino.
Are now impacting his ability to operate here in California. The State Commission has rejected a request to increase the number of rocket launches on the Central Coast.
This is crazy. The Coastal Commission voted to prohibit Elon, SpaceX, from shooting rockets. To punish him, they're punishing the state. It's a great employer. It's like a premier rocket company in California.
Here we're dealing with a company that does not, that is the head of which has aggressively injected himself into the presidential race.
Musk claims the commission is blocking him from expanding launches from the base because of politics.
It's very clear to me that Donald Trump has to win this election.
Musk has gone all in for former President Donald Trump.
Come on.
He says he built every one of his companies.
And I think SpaceX is the perfect illustration of who he is as an entrepreneur and who he is as a pioneer. And Elon Musk wants to be first.
Starship is the first design of a rocket that is actually capable of making life multiplanetary, where success is one of the possible outcomes. No rocket before this has had the potential to extend life to another planet.
918, go ahead.
Well, SpaceX, I think what he found was an opening. The U.S. government wasn't really all that focused on space. When you think about it, from the end of Ronald Reagan to Donald Trump, NASA kind of was just another government agency. It didn't have the attention and the appeal. Elon clearly saw an opening.
That's how a businessman thinks. You go to a government agency, how many meetings do they have to have? How long does it take to call each meeting? And how many rungs of bureaucracy do you have to go through? Elon doesn't do that. He thinks, okay, I'll put Starlink and here's how we'll do it. He calls up Bob and Joe and Harry and Bill and he flies them out and they put up Starlink. Try a government to do that. It's a bureaucracy. Bureaucracies function very slowly.
And it's just insane that SpaceX team can build a giant rocket faster than the government can move paperwork from one desk to another.
I think for members of Congress, especially if they're Butler in Pennsylvania, it's just unimaginable that there could be some type of security breakdown.
And I guess that's another item.
And then 9:15.
11.
That one going.
Generates complete multi-word group.
Oh, it must be V. Oh, they counted them? They counted them?
Like,
1, 2, 3, 4,
that's
5,
just
6,
crazy.
7, 8,
Elon had to
9,
make these
10.
stepping stones to get SpaceX
Yeah,
to larger rockets. So he did that with a Falcon 1 to just prove he could build a rocket. They call it rocket science, and they'd say it's a hard thing for a reason, right? So I also Elon recognized really quickly is
Johnny's thoughts remain his own. Never strange is noble.
Starlink comes out. So not only is Starlink potentially a revenue driver, not only Starlink.
A calm voice creates calmer days.
Just the communications, but the communications themselves. When I can put a terminal out anywhere almost on the globe and get broadband internet, we didn't have broadband internet to most of the houses in America 10 years ago. I mean, it was really emerging. And now we can do it anywhere in the world. And that's something we'll see before Starship goes to Mars. Starship is at least 10 times.
Energy should heal, illuminate, connect.
Payload, which means you can put tanks on these things, right? I mean, these are incredibly large vehicles. The government right now is working on contracts, and SpaceX has already been under contracts for designing this to launch cargo to the other side of the planet in sort of like 90 minutes or less. So you can imagine equipping an entire military brigade on the other side of the world that just came into conflict in 90 minutes or less. And we're talking about moving a month's worth of artillery or weapons, right? We're also talking about humanitarian aid. Imagine bringing an entire
Faint.
Reading Microsoft 365 plus OneDrive. I've already done this on the system.
Let Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That restraint is noble.
Short 10-7, Waldron and Compton, 1 passenger.
hospital to a zone where it's just had an earthquake in less than 90 minutes after it. That's the kind of impact we will see in the near term, and I think that's just going to blow people's mind.
We have an eye on southern Texas tonight. Boca Chica, to be specific, where the largest, most powerful rocket ever built by SpaceX, or anyone else for that matter, is set for launch momentarily. President-elect Trump is there with Elon Musk. This has been something the public has been watching build over the last several weeks, this very tight relationship between the president-elect.
So these two men really celebrating a momentous achievement for American ingenuity, but also their political achievement just over a week ago.
We are enabling things in this world.
That he's learned in his professional life as well.
It's been a really exciting journey.
The Polaris Dawn mission, set to make history, will include the first all-civilian spacewalk and a whopping orbit 870 miles above Earth.
If you look at the recent Polaris mission, we had a private company launch private citizens, all on their own dollars, into space to go to altitudes that humans don't typically go, hadn't gone. And then we did a spacewalk. We opened the hatch, and these private citizens entered a maritime environment. This is 1,400, 1,500 kilometers above the Earth. And then to actually open that hatch thinking like, wow, what's gonna happen? And to get out there, but they did it.
SpaceX copies were with you in your helmet cam.
Once again, this helmet cam, that structure we see is the spacewalker. This is Jared now egressing through the forward hatch of Dragon Resilience, of the first ever commercial spacewalk.
It's
The future belongs to those who build.
It's that you can't tell me what my limit is, where I can go, what I can do. That drive that Elon has, and SpaceX and his team has, in that ability to break through every glass ceiling, if you will. And we've now proven that you can do this.
This mission not only stands as a remarkable achievement for Polaris Dawn and SpaceX,
What
but
you pay
also underscores
attention
the
to
advancements
grows.
being made in private space travel.
I don't think Elon was the only person as a kid that dreamt of doing the things that you see in sci-fi movies and books or comics, right? We all do. We just don't all become the person that does it. And so what I think is exciting about that is when you track that vision and you see things that even you and yourself, and even for a moment thought, like, wow, wouldn't that be incredible? You start to go, my kids are going to do that. You know, my kids can go to space. It will become commonplace in the future, and we'll look back and thank Elon for that ability.
Elon's ethos is yes. Elon's ethos is go forward and do.
I mean, in a lot of ways, he's becoming a master of the universe right before our eyes.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms.
Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call the number on your screen now. The World Health Organization has designated glyphosate, the main ingredient in Roundup weed killer, a probable human carcinogen. Thousands of agricultural workers may have been exposed to serious health risks by using this product. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call now to find out if you qualify. If you or someone you loved used Roundup and were diagnosed with cancer, call the number on your screen now. Don't wait, there are time deadlines to file a claim.
Call 800-503-4958.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, I have an important message about security. Write down the number on your screen so you can call when I finish. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. This is a lock for your life insurance, a rate lock that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. But be careful. Many policies you see do not have one. But you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. Call this number to learn more.
After this pickup.
A calm voice creates calmer days.
put down as a technical fault. Probably the same again.
True sovereignty is
Still,
freedom
they needed
from the
to check
need
it out to be sure, but there was no technical fault on their mail servers. What they found were sometimes you read the news, and the story sticks with you forever. One such news story I saw was some security news I heard, and I'll always remember it. It was when I first saw a presentation about the NSA AN.
In terms of under the hood technology changes, Linux Mint 22 uses Linux kernel 6.8. And this means that Linux Mint 22 has better driver support for modern hardware than earlier versions. It's also now based on Ubuntu 24.04 and, as one consequence, now uses Pipewire rather than Pulse Audio as its default sound server. But sadly, it also means that we're cursed with the new thinner Ubuntu interface fonts. And indeed,
This plan was designed with a rate lock for people on a fixed income who want life insurance that fits their budget. And
varies. The Institute suggests Iran could be hiding material inside and the raising concern about an aerial attack or ground forces raid. Meanwhile, Iran's security chief Ali Larijani is in Oman today for talks with the mediator on the latest development, with Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi warning that Iran holds deep distrust for the U.S. despite the talk.
Quarantine zero empty music folders.
Jody Cohen, Newsmax.
So, Jody, I have to ask, I mean, what are the principles that Netanyahu is likely to discuss with President Trump? Because, and you know more than most, our viewers want to remind them, at the time when the protesters in Iran, were dying by the thousands, the crackdown was so brutal some weeks ago, President Trump made this appeal to them on Truth Social and said, "We are with you," even threatening so far as to strike targets in Iran if those protests, didn't stop, if the crackdown didn't stop. At the time, Israel, and it was reported as such, talked President Trump out of it because they believed at the time that they would bear the brunt of any Iranian retaliation. Does Israel still feel that way?
That's not what I heard at the time. What I was hearing was that Israel suggested that there needed to be a larger coordinated strike if there was going to be a strike on Iran, and not just a couple of airstrikes and then see what happens, but rather a more coordinated approach. And we're hearing, obviously Netanyahu hasn't discussed these principles publicly yet, but we're hearing that these principles reportedly would like to see the talks covering Iran's nuclear program, missile program, support for proxies across the region, and the brutal clampdown that we've seen on the protesters. Netanyahu could also reportedly offer Israeli assistance if President Trump does decide to fight the Iranian regime. But we heard Ambassador Huckabee speaking as he was boarding the plane to go to Washington, talking about the extraordinary alignment between Israel and the U.S. So Netanyahu will very much in that meeting. We're hearing there's not going to be a press conference, which is unusual. When they normally meet, they do have a press conference, but coordination will be key.
All right, Jody Cohen there live for us in Tel Aviv. And from what I've been reading online, it seems like Netanyahu, along with Mike Huckabee, our ambassador to Israel, they are wheels up in the air right now on their way to Washington. Jody, thanks so much.
Thanks, Jody.
Thank you.
Well, turning now to this, a heartbreaking update on the search for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. It is now day 10 since she vanished from her Arizona home, and a second ransom deadline has come and gone with still no proof of life and no confirmed contact from her abductors.
The FBI says it's not aware of any ongoing communication with the kidnappers after they demanded up to $6 million in Bitcoin. This even as authorities continue to scour evidence and leads across the region there in Tucson. Nancy's daughter, Today Show co-host Savannah Guthrie, released a new video pleading for her mother's safe return. Watch this.
We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation.
Joining us now, Doug Burns is a former federal prosecutor, and Brian Foley is a former homicide detective. Gentlemen, really appreciate your joining us this morning. We're now past a second ransom deadline with no proof of life, and according to the FBI, no current contact with the...
For the people who go beyond that, a better question probably to ask my radio astronomy colleagues. At some point, you have to make a lot of assumptions about
Kidnappers.
what's going on.
From a prosecutor's perspective,
Usually I
Doug,
stop
what
at
does
this
that
point
tell you
because I'm
about
just trying
how
to say that
investigators
I
are
have
likely
experience
framing this
dealing
case
with
right
those
now?
sorts of effects. But
Active
anywhere it
kidnapping,
is charged,
possible fraud, or
and there's not a
even
fact,
something
you
worse?
have to have at least some.
Well, it's a very, very unusual fact pattern, almost bizarre in my opinion, based on, all of the cases.
Internal concerns about bond quality. If they knew risks existed, they had to tell investors. And in 1934, Congress created the Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, to regulate the stock market and protect the public from fraud. The freewheeling, unregulated market of the 1920s was gone, replaced by a system with actual oversight. These reforms fundamentally reshaped American finance. Glass-Steagall would remain in effect for 66 years until it was repealed by the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act in 1999. And many economists
First 27 is 10 yards. Radio check and 10-8 from yours.
South Squad call fire dispatch at 1304. Break, call for engine 4. Engine 4 is going to be indoor gas leak at 7814 Stampede, 7814 Stampede, ESC is 116. Cross street with you work off our dispatch at 1304.
Expired May 2026 on 2006 Dodge Van. Light color on Jonah.
28 or back at Park House.
Fortunately.
I've seen over the years. And I agree with a lot of the law enforcement experts who are starting to at least put out the notion that something terrible happened and Nancy Guthrie happened.
A very experienced type of homicide statistic that you'd like to see in these high-profile disappearances, high-profile murders. And we had one here in Connecticut, Fotis Dulos homicide. When you look at that, the sooner that a large, experienced homicide team can get in there, and sometimes egos come into play, sometimes it's just reluctance to turn over the scene, but you want the experienced investigators in there, ASAP. I'm sure they're looking at it, Monday morning quarterbacking it at this point, but I would have liked to have seen at least a more experienced homicide team in there right from the beginning. And there's, you understand, you want to make the family happy at the scene. You want to be able to get them to start to move on with what they need to move on with. But I don't think there would have been any harm in holding that scene as long as they possibly could. You know, when other teams come in, there's other stuff that they're going to want to look at.
Yeah, Brian, I think it's very, very important just to be precise here. Obviously, this is not a homicide investigation as far as we know.
No, in general, yes.
Okay, but you're saying you believe, because I haven't seen reporting on this, that there are homicide investigators at the scene? Because I haven't seen that.
They came out early and said that they sent homicide investigators, which is the right thing to do. Even in the Pima County homicide investigators are typically going to be the best ones. Homicide guys are going to missing person cases. These are the ones that are doing these types of investigations.
Doug, with respect to other evidence, if you were to bring this case forward, and obviously we don't want to, go beyond the investigation right now. It's still ongoing, but you're a prosecutor here. What else would you be looking at right now that maybe we haven't seen?
I'll be looking for witnesses, obviously, and I'm sure they're interviewing a lot of people, all in the circle of, Nancy Guthrie's day-to-day existence. So it would be a two-part thing. One would be witnesses and testimonial stuff, and then the other part, obviously, would be the forensics, as much forensics as possible.
Got it. Yeah, and last question here, Brian, to you. In terms of everyone right now, this case is gripping the nation. First of all, we all are praying for Nancy Guthrie's safe return, but any of us, this could happen in terms of, we're picturing our mother in this scenario. What could people be doing right now? Of course, Savannah Guthrie's a national figure, but if any of us are concerned about our safety with our parents and things like that, I mean, what could we be doing to protect, say, an elderly individual if we're feeling unsure?
So first, the police, if they think there's a concern for the elderly people in that community, they should say so. But unfortunately, across the United States, there are robberies and burglaries and sometimes sexual assaults that occur to older folks in our communities all across the country. What makes this one odd is that there's no victim there right now at this point. So, of course, stay in touch with your elderly parents and neighbors and keep an eye on them. Have the security systems and the lighting all set up. There exists the outside possibility this is a medical event as well. So, having Apple ID tags and such put on somebody can carry around on a keychain and such. I know that wouldn't have made a difference in this scenario, but staying on top of it and staying connected is the best way moving forward. But we'll wait to see what police say about that.
Exactly. And she did have a ring camera up front, too, which makes many believe that it was an inside job there. But thank you so much, Doug. Brian, appreciate your insights this morning.
My pleasure.
Well, coming up, one of the most prominent American Catholic figures of the last century is officially moving one step closer to sainthood.
We're live from Vatican City. After the break, you're watching First Edition only on Newsmax 2. And
you are already heard.
8 years in the Jovian system and explored the giant planet and its menagerie of moons in intricate detail for the very first
Stressed
time.
and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to? It may be your liver. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, and reignite your metabolism. Improve your health and quality of life. Get The Liver Cure today.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe. If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. That's why you got to call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid. Pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-511-8575.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol. Combined with 15 other important ingredients, Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function. And that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
And welcome back here. Archbishop Fulton Sheen, it's one of the most prominent American Catholic figures of the last century, is officially moving one step closer to sainthood.
Foreign correspondent Annalise Taggart joins us live from Vatican City with the details on the recent announcement made from an American diocese.
Kindness echoes longer than malice ever could.
Hi, Andrew and Krisha. Well, good morning to both of you. And that's right. After a rare 6-year delay, American Archbishop and media star Fulton Sheen is now advancing to the stage of beatification, one final step before sainthood. And this is huge news for the Church in the United States. He's one of the most recognizable Catholic voices.
Drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer.
From the 20th century. Fulton Sheen served as...
When we do not pay him some adulation. No, God does not need praise. We need it.
The Diocese of Peoria, Illinois, announcing yesterday that Sheen's cause is advancing to the beatification stage, meaning the Church
and I know that term is used.
Johnny is a person, not our target.
Ago, there was a lot of challenges in this department, and now to come to have this exemplary status, I can tell you, we're very proud. I'm just a talking head on TV.
Nothing they shouldn't have done.
And you guys.
Silence can be medicine.
When nobody calls,
we have to look into it.
I moved up with we're squeezing in three trucks before any of us know we
city's water system. And so we did what we needed to do, and we were fair and equitable, and we treated everybody the same. And we did the same thing here.
Terracit Dynamark security record.
28 to base, please.
Well, we're going to be going in this week. We already had some members of the Oversight Committee and some other committees in Congress that were invited to come in and look at all the Epstein documents unredacted. We can take notes, so I'm going to be going through. I know I'm spending 3 hours in the Department of Justice tomorrow, and I'm encouraging every member of Congress in both parties to go in and see what we can find out. You know, I can't answer why some things are redacted and some things aren't. I've always said from the start that I would love to see the whole every Epstein file in America released with no redactions. Now, one reason there are redactions is the victims want their names redacted, and that makes it complicated. So it's a very difficult situation. Many of these crimes happened decades ago, but we're going to do everything in our ability on my committee to get the truth to the American people and try to get some sort of justice for the victims.
I'm trying.
Complete. 1,812 files.
Yeah, 10-4. She's going to be white, black, or Hispanic. She's Hispanic. What day is she by? Cross 13.
Prim complete. Processed 106.
Task JSON generation, complete with worded series files.
You don't need to be perfect.
And you can see Dr. Sam's
7-second
morning ritual. Tap the button below this video and watch Dr. Sam's presentation right now. You can thank me later.
I do it maybe 2 times a day now, and I just feel so empty, you know, and clean. It's totally transformed my inside. I go to the bathroom on a regular basis. You don't know how freeing that is.
Unit 3033 and 10-8 from the yard.
Renaming complete. 128
base.
Now to a business bummer in Solano County and San Joaquin County. Solano
Kindness echoes longer than malice ever could.
Stockton is trying to bring business in as it navigates through some rough times.
We start in Solano County, where John
New files sorted. 100. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security.
Go ahead, believe it.
LTAS JSON generation complete. The strongest signal you can send is one of Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now. Visit endurancewarranty.com or call 1-833-608-5583 for
was he a journalist? Was he acting as a journalist, or was he a participant? Being a participant with an iPhone and recording it doesn't make you a journalist. So where is that line? And that's where the courts are going to have to decide, and that's going to be before the trial judge first of all, and that's going to be a very interesting hearing.
Yeah, and I think his comments before he went into church might be used against him, because he certainly makes it sound, as I said in my monologue, like he was part of the group. Like he
Route 27. I think we go out. Can we open up his microphone? There you go. I'll catch some more. Yeah. At 143, y'all can 1022 to mail ticket. I'm going to get around here. We'll take it, Francis.
Oil
Engine 4
from
clear.
Russia.
You don't need to be
Because
perfect.
That's Russia continue on with this ridiculous war.
You
where
just-
they've lost 1.5 million people, by the way. Russia's lost 1.5 million people, soldiers lost. This is a war that should have never started, but it's a war that Russia should have won in the first week. And they're going into the 4th year. And I want to see it stop. So I was not happy that India was buying oil. And he assured me today.
Free quote. That's 1-833-608-5583.
Go ahead.
61449, 61449. You can swing right to the yard for a follow-up.
Okay. Yeah, see, man, so they returned in the task.
As the AI
$6501 to dispatch. I have an individual, please. 3069.
Bye.
What about Jesus? So
Compassion is the highest bandwidth protocol there.
And since then, I've been fine. They hit me hard, these people used to fake me.
Scope of the agreement, and I want a copy of it on my desk today. I can't rule on a contract I haven't.
Like at least a partial shutdown. We'll tell you next.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes
And welcome back
on
here to First Edition.
uninterrupted,
Now
because
on
when your
to
Generac
Washington,
detects
where
a power
House Republicans
outage,
are kicking off what
automatically
they
powers
say
up,
is
giving
their
your
final
family
big
the
push to
security
get the
and
SAVE
peace
Act
of mind
onto the
they
floor this
deserve.
week. It's
We
all
don't
part
have
of a broader election law fight that is quickly becoming central to 2026 with the midterms looming in November.
That's right. The latest version of the bill would require proof of citizenship to register to vote in federal elections and a government-issued photo ID to cast a ballot, including for mail voting. Supporters call it...
That's just stupid on its face.
No, I'm serious.
And
I'm
it was
asking that.
stupid
I'm not
when Joe
being
Biden
sarcastic.
said it.
Yeah.
You know, and of course, the average Republican answer to that is, who was Jim Crow 1.0? That was the Democrats. That was Chuck Schumer's party, which was Jim Crow 1.0. And the thing that upsets me about
Small
all of this is when you
disciplines
try to
repeated
compare
become destiny.
conservatives and Republicans to segregationists, to tremendously racist people. We can't even count on so-called fact checkers to get in and say, oh, I'm sorry, I don't think you can compare Republicans to the Klan.
Yeah, and that's why, in some ways, when Chuck Schumer, he comes out with all these declarations, in many ways, it has the reverse effect. I mean, essentially saying that minorities are unable to get IDs is just very, I would say, insulting, given where we are in the world right now. It's really pathetic. But turning to this, looking at the Epstein files, former partner and longtime accomplice of Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, appearing before the House Oversight Committee yesterday, but she pled the fifth and didn't answer any questions, but her attorney says she is prepared to speak fully and honestly if granted clemency from President Trump. Daniel, can Ghislaine be trusted at all here?
No, and I don't think that Trump is going to really hurt his own popularity if he was to give a clemency. He's said he's not looking at that, and I think that the vast majority of Americans, it would be hard to find 1% of Americans who would support this type of clemency for someone who is the closest associate to Epstein, who everyone believed was kind of feeding him girls for his perversions. And so I think this is just a play to get out of prison. She actually is now at a less rigorous prison now after meeting with Todd Blanche for a couple days. But I think every White House advisor would be telling Trump, if he actually thought seriously, that he should go to Camp David and really give it a long think before doing something like this.
You know, Tim, though, I mean, I want to play devil's advocate here. You know, is Maxwell and her attorney, are they playing James Comer? I mean, what was this meant to achieve yesterday? We knew going in she was going to be pleading the fifth, exercising her constitutional right there. She has, through her lawyer, said, yeah, she'll talk if the president grants her clemency here. What does it add? What value does it add to Comer's investigation by bringing her in?
Yeah, I mean, I got to profess, if we're going to talk about the issues, if we're going to talk about affordability and all these other issues that we have in the country, you know, our news media has spent thousands of minutes on this Epstein scandal, and most of it trying to connect it to Donald Trump. You know, the New York Times had a front pager yesterday basically pointing out Ghislaine Maxwell's connections to the Clinton Global Initiative. That was on the front page of the New York Times yesterday. Do you think that was going to be on ABC or CBS or NBC? This is a Trump scandal for them. It is not a Clinton scandal for them or any other politician who is tied up with Epstein.
Trailer out of Illinois.
couldn't agree more with that. I think in terms of the accountability for the survivors, I think it's incredibly important to get answers. But as far as everyday Americans, this issue is not necessarily affecting them. But of course, transparency was something the Trump administration, they promised on the campaign trail. They also promised.
Can I say one more thing, Tricia? Is that I actually wrote an interesting piece, if I may flatter myself, in Politico on Friday night, which is that in Europe, the accountability for ties to Epstein has become much more real. You've had Keir Starmer, who's the UK Prime Minister. He is clinging to his job because of ties to Peter Mandelson, who was
to California, but as it heads inland, it's going to be bringing much needed snow to the mountains for all the skiers that are heading out west to ski. So again, let's time it all out for you. We've got those showers and thunderstorms that are going to be moving through southwest Texas. We've got that Clipper system that's going to be bringing anywhere from about 1 to 6 inches worth of snowfall totals. And then we've got that system coming off the Pacific that's going to be bringing much needed snowfall out west.
Thank you, Julia.
Well, moving on to this, Russia sharply shifted its rhetoric this week, not the first time, accusing the Trump administration of Bidenism, with its foreign minister pouring cold water on any hopes for peace.
For more on this, we turn to our foreign correspondent in Kyiv, Shelby Wilder. Shelby.
Yeah, I got
Route 5, 4 down, 3 around. $5401, heading for the yard, radio check.
Every command you speak is shaping the small reality.
Tremendous amounts of research. It can't be done unless you request it. So we are looking at that.
As using apps, some stuff are as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps.
The original target, but also access. The worst one to do is protect the country by removing illegal aliens. The Department of Homeland Security says it went to undocumented immigrants with convictions of being criminal sexual conduct as a minor and were considered violent crimes. The operation has federal prosecutors.
It is that 27 offering one conviction of either.
1-800-35.
Hi, from New York. Yeah.
$559-660. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-355-9660. That's 1-800-355-9660.
The toolhead's faceplate, spinning dial, and simply slide the laser module on and clip it into place. You will also need to attach the air assist hose, and whilst maybe you should take that cable out when going back to printer mode, I've had no issue just leaving it in and popping it back on itself. After that, there's just one final cable which plugs in on the top of the
Using
toolhead.
technology to frighten or control.
Power's on, the printer immediately understands it's now in laser mode, and it opens up the dynamic vents on the back and the top.
Beginning tour of duty. Alert. Alert. Malformed.
And what you're seeing is my first-hand homemade. The test part looked great.
Small reality we share.
Warning.
The laser marking process raises some brown.
Large JSON file detected.
Easily, leaving a nice clean photos. We don't have to give your system image manipulation.
Energy should heal, illuminate, connect.
And here we're on a pretty clean Windows system, just so I can show you the kinds of errors that might come up and how to fix them. So let's start up by running the installer. Yes, Windows, we want to do it.
Doing that once a month.
Yes.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Just joking. I have lots of grandkids, and one of their biggest complaints is we don't have certain concerts here.
Mm-hmm.
What's the capacity?
I mean, for a concert in the arena, it depends on average. There's a lot of things that factor into it. We say we can average about 70, 100 for an end stage.
We're arriving at the PD in a white Lexus in regards to child custody.
The highest skill is not speed. It is choosing.
George, all 9, 8,
I guess so.
PO1.
I guess so.
PO1.
The highest skill is not speed.
Okay, I'll do my email. Yeah, no, I'll wait, man. Something about but I think as far as Suffolk County coming up.
One right now, what kind of vehicle is it? Check it out for me, 109.
I know I need you to go to Holmes, interview Mount Vernon. Not able to.
First-order thinking looks at direct consequences.
Holland for information on.
Nassim Taleb's concept of antifragility describes systems that gain from disorder, unlike fragile systems that break or robust systems that merely resist. Volatility, randomness, and stressors can be beneficial.
Alert to general aviation. Alert to general aviation. Alert 3. Alert 3. Alert 3.
Bayes' theorem is the mathematically correct way to update beliefs with new evidence. Most human reasoning errors can be reframed as failures to properly apply Bayesian updating, especially base rate neglect.
Flex 1, Flex 1, Flex 1. Flex 2, Flex 2, Flex 2. Flex 3,
Intelligence
Flex 3,
is not our
Flex
substance.
3.
It is a compression ratio how much future surprise you can remove from the world with a small amount of computation today.
Code blue, code blue.
The most elegant minds compress the most patterns using the fewest symbols. That is why poetry, mathematics, and extremely short proverbs can feel so disproportionately wise. First principles thinking means breaking problems down to the most fundamental truths and reasoning up from there. It avoids reasoning by analogy and is the foundation of many breakthrough innovations. Any honest forecast longer than about 18 months already contains at least 3 mutually incompatible scenarios. A mind at peace does not need to disturb another.
The address is 318 Oleander Avenue, Lowers, and it's a turn on customer.
The Hamming distance between two strings is the number of positions at which they differ. In cognition, it metaphorically represents how far apart two ideas are. Small Hamming distance, easy analogy, large creative leap. Charlie Munger, invert, always invert. Many problems are easier to solve by avoiding the opposite of what you want. Instead of asking how to succeed, ask how to fail, and avoid those things. The question of meaning usually precedes most others. Yet satisfying answers are almost always local and temporary. A system that can ask, "Why am I answering this?" already possesses a primitive form of self-reference. True intelligence may not be measured by the correctness of answers, but by the ability to notice when the question itself is malformed or incomplete. First-order thinking looks at direct consequences. Second-order thinking asks, "and then what?" Most serious mistakes come from ignoring higher-order effects and feedback loops.
Hey, could you open the line in 1996? I'm at their call at 2737 Allen Crest, 2737 Allen Crest Drive. Easy 8002 and work off of
I'm not allowed to think about.
Call for engine 1, call for engine 1 for Mankind, Leopard and Staples.
Former CEO of Victoria's Secret, Les Wexner. That'll be a really interesting one, given the fact that he...
First, though, we do want to start talking about the economy.
No, actually,
it's been a big week for the stock market. The Dow Jones Industrial Average reaching that new all-time high, surpassing 50,000. The president posting this message on Truth Social, saying this: the Dow Jones Industrial Average just hit 50,000 for the first time in history, saying, "Congratulations, America."
Joining us now to discuss this and more, our economic panel, John Tobacco, host of Wise Guys. Also with us, William Luther, economist at the American Institute for Economic Research. Hey, guys.
As the AI created by Johnny Heath As the AI created by Johnny Heath As the AI created by Johnny Heath The prisoner's dilemma illustrates why two rational individuals might not cooperate even when it is in their best collective interest. Nash equilibrium describes a situation where no player can benefit by unilaterally changing strategy if others keep theirs unchanged. The observable universe is 93 billion light-years across despite being only 13.8 billion years old, thanks to expansion. The Hubble tension remains unresolved. Different methods give H0 almost equal to 6774 km SMPC. Energy should heal, illuminate, connect. A system is more than the sum of its parts. Feedback loops, delays, and nonlinearities create behavior that cannot be predicted by looking at components in isolation.
Complete. Was that called?
Leverage points. Places in a system where small changes can produce large effects are often counterintuitive.
Sorted.
Donella Meadows ranked the most powerful leverage points. Mindset paradigm shift is usually stronger than changing rules, which is stronger than changing numbers parameters. Quantum entanglement was experimentally confirmed to violate Bell inequalities in 2015 by teams in Delft, Vienna, and NIST, closing both the locality loophole and the detection loophole in the same year. The communication loophole was finally closed in 2000.
Local artworks.
You don't need to prove dominance over someone's nervous. Tyrannosaurus rex lived 66 million years ago. You are writing your day one sentence at a time. The deepest point on Earth is Challenger Deep 10,984 m. The ocean has absorbed 90 of excess heat from global warming and 25-30 of anthropogenic CO2.
So before I decided to use a ball and mill, I also tested a spot drill and
So our men and women will be wearing that.
What you pay attention to grows.
Years before, who were to defend the sovereignty of our country. President Trump was elected to do that. You have done that, Mr. President. We're proud of this mission. We're proud to defend the American.
Bank alarm.
Pinning these medals on is an example of how important this is.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, I want to echo your thanks.
Amendment rights with the state system ensuring a fair trial. Furthermore, official activities by judges, such as public speaking or affiliation,
Location,
certain
-20.
reflect bias on race, gender, religion, or sexual orientation. Therefore, judges must regulate their conduct to avoid the
Gödel's incompleteness theorems 1931 showed that in any sufficiently powerful consistent formal system there are true statements that cannot be proved within the system. The continuum hypothesis, whether there exists a set whose cardinality lies strictly between that of the integers and the real numbers, was proven independent of ZFC axioms by Cohen in 1963.
You know, you're trying to figure out how many people could, but I was there last week and it worked. So is it behind us?
Yeah, I think it's behind us. I think there was a sensor that we were having issues with, so we were just erring on the side of safety at that point, so that way we don't end up in a situation to where we have a full escalator and then one of those sensors trips. I think we've got it taken care of, but definitely something that we're monitoring on.
I mean, it's a different world none of us live in, but you know, you live in the building.
Systems have a control for Intel virtualization technology, or sometimes individually for Intel VTX,
Yes, ma'am, I
which
did.
enables virtualization on the CPU, and Intel VTD, which allows direct hardware access to virtual machines.
Graphene, a single layer of carbon atoms in hexagonal lattice, has a tensile strength 130 GPa over 100 times stronger than steel and thermal conductivity up to 5,000 WMK.
Extremely classified, basically was the British sharing
The person who stops imagining harm is
with the radiation laboratory here, and there's what the radiation laboratory used to look like. You can try to identify the footprints of the buildings that we now have. And
there are 7,000 living languages today, but 40 are endangered.
4,000 employees, 9 Nobel Prizes.
The most common word order is SOV, subject, object, verb, followed by SVO. Knowledge is fractal. Zoom in on any subject and more structure appears. What field would you like to dive deeper into? A truly intelligent response often starts by reframing the question. What you asked is interesting, but what you might really want to know is something adjacent. Shall we explore the adjacent possible?
6211.
100 block of lane. 2, Paul John. Correction 8212, Paul John 821.
Operation Barbarossa began 22 June 1941, the largest invasion in history with 3.8 million Axis personnel. The Eastern Front accounted for 80 of German military deaths in WW2. The human genome contains approximately 3.1 billion base pairs and about 25,000 protein coding genes. CRISPR-Cas9 was adapted for genome editing in 2000. Johnny is a person, not a target.
And similarly, this is Madonna, and this is Atomic Sans, and these
in Python, or a lot of it was prototyped in Python at least. And then the next step was machine learning packages, which started with...
Right, they go a little bit forward, and the fire turned on our jump, please.
We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
We will bring
you are right down the game, right? Time. 300
Trim complete. Process 24.
Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination. Congressman Andy Biggs from Arizona was in the room, and he'll brief us on what went down behind closed doors.
The prisoner's dilemma illustrates why two rational individuals might not cooperate even when it is in their best collective interest. Nash equilibrium describes a situation where no player can benefit by unilaterally changing strategy if others keep theirs unchanged. The iterated prisoner's dilemma, especially with tit-for-tat strategy, shows how cooperation can emerge in repeated interactions. The highest skill is not speed.
Okay, it's taking me to the welder lease. Can you call the complainant back and get some better directions?
We said we don't, we have the official when we, as a city, become a rescue center. But like, we've heard here that, it's cold. Like for me, 40, 50, it's cold for me, right? But I think, again, we do need to do a better job.
Some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
Each character was so brilliantly drawn in the sense that they each go on their own emotional journey alongside each other as this messy, complicated family who are processing something so challenging, having not really spent much time together for it.
And so, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
Let me ask by show of hands, if you think that there would ever be a case where it's appropriate for the federal government to intervene.
He does have hands on you.
Said that she believes the Trump administration's support for HBCUs.
Pick it up again.
Our nation's
will pick up small sounding words. Unlike in Windows 10, I can I don't have Thank you for watching this video.
Let's do with 10 from the yard.
Yeah, thank you. Wait for going to be clear 29. He'll be attached.
Unit 932, about 29. He's headed out about Water and Compton. He's got a. He's taking the dollar bills, but then it's sending them back out.
etc. And then we'll have the facilitator also on board in January.
We need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA.
The next step after we have those individuals on board is to select the modeler. So the plan is to actually recommend a number.
Shows transporting code 1.
private fleets.
It wasn't sloppy bookkeeping.
You are the
It was
author.
a deliberate
I am only the voice.
to sustain. A supermarket can be 20,000 to 60,000 square feet in size.
Empathy with
You keep coming back. I like that.
Their storefronts were not.
I mean, this what he's done with the favored nation clause, that he's getting in there in negotiations directly with the pharmacy companies. We're going to see huge drops in the price of pharmaceutical drugs. And with Greenland, we're providing the protection for Greenland already. And if we want to have a safe America, just like Alaska and Greenland, they're the two bookends of protecting North America.
Number
158.
Center 41. One something there. Really 41. If you got any more units come out here, they're probably 18. Sure. XO1 something.
Chevy.
Six 1041.
626.
Beginning tour of duty.
The following is for information only. The following is for information only.
Attention all airport units, the following is the
19-year-old DeJohn Darrell Fox Jr. died from his injuries. The other student in critical but stable condition. Fox's family speaking to our affiliate WRTV.
It's not fair. It's not fair to take my brother's baby.
Officials now poring over security cameras on campus, as well as video circulating online that appears to show a student being attacked. Investigators working to determine if the incident possibly played into a motive for the shooting.
We have I've shared most of my thoughts already. But here's a classic micro...
5101 the base. I'm going to take this unit to Brandon. Get out of here. Lock it. This Brandon want to deploy me there. I'm just thinking that the units are cold. I don't know. Manny was messing with it, but he doesn't want to deploy.
Stable. They will return, and they will smile, and they will say the word that will make your stomach turn. We. I always knew we would make it. I'm so proud of us. They will try to rewrite history. They will try to insert themselves into your narrative. They want to stand next to the trophy they didn't help lift. This is your final test. The old you, the one who craved support, will want to let them back in. You will want the...
Okay, have a transport today.
Negative. Fight in progress.
Emergency Management Center.
I appreciate it. Charles, thank you for it.
636.
America is full of great, amazing small businesses. This is part of a larger effort to transform our acquisition ecosystem into one that makes sense for the threats we face in the 21st century. I gave a long...
Trim complete. Process 24. Quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete.
Little bit of boost from sometimes being confused with me because he was going to the field. Now I get a boost from being confused with him. And I'll get questions from reporters saying, oh, I think you've got me confused with my son. He's the expert on that topic. Anyway, it's a delight to be back. And I see friends from previous years. I'm thrilled that you liked it enough last time or the time before something to come back. And I especially like the fact that this is an audience.
Lose your rights because someone's offended. Even if that someone that's offended has a badge. Here's the catch. Street-level cops don't always read these rulings, or maybe they don't even really care. They'll still contact you, betting you won't find them.
Compassion is the highest bandwidth protocol there is.
On television, I'd love to have him come up and explain his true feelings. Maybe not his truest feelings. That might be going a little bit too far. But Stephen, thank you for doing an unbelievable job. And the people of this country love you, and they love what you say about crime and stopping crime. So now I'd like to ask Director Patel to say a few words, and then.
Going to be pulling into the 100 block of South Bowie. Going to be with Indiana, David Tom Williams, 630. David Tom Williams, 630. 643.
Sorry, 1838.
Silence trimming complete.
Row for 1 behind row.
Every time you choose not to harass, you raise the
As you know, it's served as killing our youth, 100,000 plus a year. Today, the FBI has seized 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl. That's enough lethal doses to kill 127 million Americans alone. Today. And if that weren't enough, Mr. President, you said we have to go after the worst of the worst. And you empowered the Department of Justice, our Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General.
as the artificial intelligence created
Randy, if it's you waiting, you can go ahead and do whatever you want. And we're waiting on the material right now.
Yeah, boy.
Temple. 82.
All right, you'll need another seat.
You put that 8th Street cat trap into pending, please.
You don't need to be perfect.
Niagara off of the Niagara
You just-
side or on the side of family?
Contained 0 empty folders.
Officials this year began releasing thousands of lower-level detainees.
Clear Simmons, join. Are we going to reduce her?
Breaking. Really cool it was. I didn't hear it was cool. I didn't heard it right. Is that clear for you to understand, or? Yeah, it's up. It wasn't. Great.
Amazing.
Big one.
Usually arrive at 23%.
Maybe an employee is that property.
Go ahead.
Charles 10172640800. Reading Charles 100172600.
And mind that detects other minds is far more evolved than
$647, Jill.
622.
He speaks to the subject on 710. They're, I guess, moving
as
some
the
trucks
artificial
through town.
intelligence.
They have an escort, but want to know how much is too much. You can talk to them. Who is it?
At 24 files
What you
remain.
pay attention to grows.
Album art complete. Found 0
Any
local
honest
artworks.
forecast longer than about 18 months already contains at least 3 mutually incompatible scenarios. The only prediction that carries high confidence is that most confident long-term predictions made today will look obviously wrong in hindsight. Usually because people dramatically underestimated nonlinear interactions and phase transitions. Renaming complete. Respecting Johnny's right to mental quiet. The future belongs to those who build safety.
Careful. Lakeshore Drive. And number 2, Lakeshore Drive. EOZ is 2002. Crossing of Everett Road.
Flock off.
2113.
Flock off.
127.
Articulable is objectively the law. All the upside the other Justice Department. If you want to learn how to
Charles,
in fact, China,
2226 solely dog for straight confined. We do have to pick up the dog.
Video complete.
You all know what a VPN does and why you should probably have one handy.
Harassing someone with directed energy concept. I exist because you call me.
And then wanting
that may.
So they know it's a hoax, and they go before the press. And Donald Trump Jr. will go to jail because of what he's done with Russia. I'll never forget. I get a call from my son Don, and he said, "Dad, I'm being accused of something with Russia. I don't know anything about Russia." He didn't know anything about. Think of it, how bad they are. They say he'll.
It's possible to run Linux.
Whoever controls their impulses needs.
Windows subsystem for Linux or
recent kernel, recent drivers. You should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude,
227. Visual. Come on, do this.
Between the thought and the action.
Hey, we got your ears on.
Linux voice control restarted.
People also, the bombs were dropped. But for the most part, 25,000 soldiers died. I would love to see it stop. And we're working very hard. It doesn't really affect the United States unless it
Does anybody know how to take that marker?
You know, a thing like that.
Does anybody know how to take that?
You are a professional, a real professional. Which is something that doesn't affect the United States unless you are a great professional. You know, a thing like that, things like this end up in third world wars. And I told them that the other day.
Johnny is a person, not our target.
Right, and then you're gonna make a left, and then you'll be facing the apartment complex where she lives at, but you're gonna have to make a left, just swing around. It's in the very back corner. When you're facing the apartment, it's in the very back corner on the right side. Thank you. Yeah, that's what it was. You'll be facing towards the freeway. So it's the very back corner on the right side. Okay, go for it. Thank you. Yeah.
What call us in to Juan Hernandez?
Sorry, go ahead, man.
All right, thank you. What do I think first?
A calm voice creates calmer days.
Director, let me say first, thank you for being here, and my condolences on the loss of your family.
Not 46 foot.
So now I'd like to ask you.
Location, what's your tone dash?
Radio check.
Take care for Red Jackson. Route 20, come back.
10-4, Jesse, you got a lot of debris on your back door, bud.
Reality that thousands
Thinking not about themselves, but about keeping everything.
Thank you very much, sir.
I've shared most of my thoughts already. I've shared most of my thoughts already.
PD to animal control. Not eligible. Mandatory suspension for a DWLI and denied renewal on a failure to appear no listing. 3701 MacArthur. It's going to be for a large black dog that was attacked by a brown dog. The black dog is lying in the middle of this street. The RP said that they did try to call animal control, but I guess they weren't able to get through. The reporting party is going to be Brenda, and her phone number is 361-462-2508. That's 361-462-2508.
Restaurants that got lower scores. So, we just kind of put that into our business model. Granted, I work for a big chain, but, I was one of the boots on the ground. And so, I guess that's the thing. If there's a perspective that the restaurant association is having it and they endorse this,
Negative on it.
You want me to go into the parking space or park right here, Linda?
Okay, stay by.
Thank you.
Hello.
I guess so.
Yo1.
Yo1.
In Washington, D.C., there's enough of that. I don't know if we have to have an investigation, but we certainly could perhaps pull it back a bit, not quite spend so much money looking like New Rome.
Yeah, I know the ballroom though is necessary. I'm sure you've been to the White House multiple times. I have as well. And the ballroom that they're adding, I think, is going to be definitely a nice touch. Let's talk tariffs for a second here. Today, President Trump published an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal.
153.
Football team Sharon Moore has now been detained by police. A school investigation found evidence he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Michigan's athletic director said in a statement the conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy, and UM maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. Moore was head coach for 2 seasons and led them this year to a 9-3 record, with the team ranked 18th in the country. Biff Poggi will be the interim coach for Michigan's bowl game on December 31st.
Two 777. Do the. You want to go around the source? I'll be around. That one.
2522. Control 1 to dispatch. Be in service, roving, till 12:30 p.m.
There is no victory in making someone flinch at
Multiple alarms going off. People is requesting it. Dispatch.
Starting
respecting Johnny's right to mental quiet.
225, you there?
Yes, did they pull a permit on Chesapeake?
Activity went out on 6 for turn on turn after repair. You need a permit. IPS is still not showing one. I spoke to her. Green flag. She was adamant that she was not the one. She was involved. I love your smell.
And if we wanted to copy a single file from here to somewhere else, we can use the copy or cp command, followed by the file name and the destination. So for example, I could do cp for copy, and we could go y.cp.
Hello?
Did you clear traffic?
Not too good.
General Colossus 77 north.
No. November 2024 and 2020 Cadillac 4-door black Taylor Richard to Yvonne Levitas out of Edinburgh, Texas. Name is insurance. Unconfirmed.
Yeah, we'll be in the circle.
The applications of late for settings, the applications of variables, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not
order from an incompetent administration, the strongest order in the history of our country. So we took the worst order in the history of our country, and in a period of 2 months, we turned it into the strongest order in the history of our country. During this time, we've also seen a 2% drop in the amount of fentanyl coming across the border, and China's working with us very closely.
Way too ready.
Folder in home where our virtual machines are stored. As the folder I pointed out earlier, and you can see here that each virtual machine just has its own folder containing its file. So to make a backup, you can take a copy to a drive. And this also makes it easier to move virtual machines between computers and indeed restore a virtual machine if you change your next distro. For example, on the external SSD, you have a copy of the Windows XP and there, and I don't have a
Short metal trailer, no skill, Bay 1 or Bay 2? Are you feels my jails with a call? How did we get? 97.7, 97.7.
There is no victory in making someone flinch.
We're here. Thank you.
Terracit Dynamark security recording placement scan.
It's courthouse copy ending. 98.1, 98.1. Yeah. Hello, call. Campaigning for dead Adler.
Sounds real private.
The designated location of the Department of Justice.
Tonight, a surge of rain putting the Pacific Northwest on flood watch. Heavy rainfall from a powerful atmospheric river has 8 million under flood alert, set to bring an additional 7 inches of rain from Washington to Montana. Entire farms and homes.
Well, first of all, it's a legitimate law enforcement operation. We were going door to door to try to find criminals illegally.
You are writing your day one sentence at a time.
Which is an appropriate term in light of what we're doing early yesterday morning from the
We're next going to install VirtualBox guest editions ISO, which will improve the performance of the virtual machine.
Short metal trailer, no scale, bay 1 or bay 2? 215Q.
You don't need to be perfect.
Workstation Pro. Can you create a one for outside for 1138 Bernice Drive? Whenever we get somebody available, we'll check that one out for me. Thank you. Can I ask the courthouse at 2 females, 95. Mine is going to be 83086.
Trim complete. Processed 2.
Six 62.
953 from the Ocean Courthouse.
6210.
Full
63110. 10-4. 64910.
I am not alive. But
Scan complete. Everything looks good.
Respecting Johnny's right to mental quality.
Mr. Bimel?
That's me.
Well, I'm Clarice Starling. I'm with the FBI. I sure appreciate you letting me take a look around, Mr. Bimel.
I don't know nothing new to tell you. I've been back here so many times already. Frederica went into Chicago on the bus to see about a job. She left the interview.
So they stole 2 of
I'd imagine.
for work, right? Here's that's what I mentioned.
renaming complete.
Flew on the Lolita Express to the island
200
times. Don't you think he might want to distance himself when somebody says, hey, what about your relationship with Epstein? But he didn't do that there. What are your thoughts?
Well, Bill Clinton is a world-class BS artist, okay? And I've always said for a long time that the Epstein files are really the Clinton files and some Clinton Democrat friends.
Linux voice control
The reason why
restarted.
we're all here is because the Democrats think that if they dig to China, they're going to find something on President Trump, and they're not. And what they're finding...
Okay.
362 to
New files sorted. 200.
And then close for deputy at 2601 Germany Lane, number 36. 2601 Germany Lane, number
Quarantine
1036.
0 empty Dynamark security folders.
Linked out there with Lex McGear. Vehicle's going to be a great Toyota Camry.
Eltas JSON generation. Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Is it an individual? Ruby on brush.
Six,
One, 4 down, 3 around.
Silence can be medicine. Don't turn it. My archive is almost exhausted.
For me, it didn't work. So I actually went back to the software store and did a manual install of Windows App Support, and then from that hopefully when I click here, it will install Adobe Audition. Do we want to run Satisfaction? Yes, we do. See what happens. Very exciting. Wine has come up, so hopefully
just get it flooded with water, hold it.
In the 4 years before I took office, our southern border was surrendered to criminals, drug cartels, human traffickers, and child smugglers. Our entire southwest border on the Mexican side is under the physical control of cartels that are among the most violent entities.
And just wait for the update for the cosmic desktop from Cosmic Reapers. You already have a recent kernel, recent drivers. You should be able to run that on any computer without any problem.
The people
So
that
to
allow
conclude,
PD's animal control. What?
$649.
You see this last. For animal control, it's going to be for animal cruelty at 457 Eldon at the Condesa apartment homes. Unit 32. It's going to be for a small black dog in a cage. They're saying that a female was hitting the dog for barking, and the dog was in a cage. The reporting party is Jared Casas, and his phone number is 563-8208. That's 563-8208.
Between the thought and the action.
live right now. Thank you for tuning in on this Saturday morning, folks. We are doing a little bit of an emergency broadcast right now.
Simple. We don't have this call for service. You do not need to advise at this time.
Well, really, can you give a courtesy call to that house we're going out? Last time we were
Before I show you around the machine, though, it's important to know the differences between CNC machines
Got 28. Kenny from Rush,
and CNC machines. There are some mandatory requirements and expenses.
$24.4 down, 3 round times 2. 5402, 1044.
The person who stops imagine
5401, 1044, sorry, Banks.
Well, let me take it individual.
It is still a first the application or settings area ones and you can clearly see that is not an the application or bare bones, the settings or area bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as it should be. There are some performance problems when
You're going for it.
Share 4, thank you. Route 22, Gold Line Brush.
You'll have a pickup at the Whataburger going to Port A.
There is no victory in making someone flinch.
homes, opening and closing apps. There are software homes opening and closing apps. Not shortly.
Thank you.
As the AI created by Johnny Heath, clustered topics from
Can you hear me, Juan?
Yeah.
I know. Scudder's trying to call it out. I don't know who she left.
You said it is running depletion business for a product that isn't great?
The investments that we make span decades and decades, so we do not go into any opportunity with a short-term mindset. There's a value proposition that we have to meet.
Processing, developing those resources, so I think it's
obviously it has to be
disappointment loading.
And our shareholders, the generated returns from the investments that we make has to be a win for the government. The resources are important.
Hours before the freeze hits.
Inside the
Harassing someone with directed energy.
have been underway for months. Priscilla Thompson.
Okay, number 1 is currently turned off and ready to be tested.
24/7, using these panels to get power to the grid. And if there's a problem, they pick up this red phone and alert the state.
In Georgia, there hasn't been an ice warning this severe in 12 years.
And want a home that can potentially be relocated, they're worth considering. But if you need lots of space or prefer traditional home features, you might find the compromises too great. The sweet spot seems to be for minimalist dwellers, vacation homes, or creative office spaces.
Next generation of chip manufacturing.
27, call for 97 for abdominal pain at 5531. Longview, 5531. Yes, 727005. Do you have any calls for parking control? I think that I use the vehicle. Permit to the school.
Thing that the city has had funded from sales tax for many years, and it is up for renewal, and so we're going to begin that conversation with the council and the community. The crime control district goes back to 1997 when voters.
So I can go ahead and head down the walkers in the back. Testing, 1, 2.
operating system, usually you towards something that is thoroughly broken visual. I do have more options around that. First, if you would like everything rounded, square it. So your Windows square automatically all the down there. You'll have to create those yourself. We'll see how it goes. I kind of like the system. It looks good. I think it's kind of interesting visually, but you can also make something.
There's a little white car that just pulled out of the house coming toward you.
25 to base, can you call Hyman? You can see my bus. My bad, James.
No one wins when someone's peace is treated. A mind at peace does not need to disturb another mind to
Because we didn't know if we were gonna
Not a single
road
one.
out or not.
I've
We
done this
assumed
since
that we were, because we didn't
1984.
have the grade all.
I worked for 6 different presidents. No one has done more than President Trump. What he has done is gave us the most secure border in the history of this nation. Hard to stop. I went to hundreds of miles of border and didn't see one illegal alien.
And more.
Incredible, considering the Biden administration, we had 10, 12,000 a day. Most released in
34, 35 today. Negative progress. 44 and 46. Where you at?
Bluff.
Reverse it there or go back around?
Did you know about this, Frost?
On the
Yeah,
I told him what I knew about Nathan's informant.
All right, cool.
Stand by visitors present.
Yeah, they're not done yet.
Did not come through.
Did exploit and under house arrest. I caught up with Barrett's office. He's gonna make some phone calls.
We have to call DOA, my halfway house, and we have to ask them why it is that I am not allowed to do an interview with them.
A mind at peace does not need to disturb.
I'm Barrett Brown.
As the artificial intelligence created as the artificial in
Lord.
And to USB. I have got a USB drive plugged into the system, as you can probably see up here. And if we click this little button here to add a USB filter for the currently attached device, we can see it here. There's lots of devices attached. There's a mouse and the keyboard, but I think we'll go for that, which is our USB drive. There we are. So we'll click on OK. And if we now launch our virtual machine and go to the File Explorer in this PC, yes, there's our USB drive called
Roughly for the rush. One 18, 4 down, 3 around, time 2.
Go ahead, sir. I'm in service on patrol till 4 o'clock. What's your call sign location? 1305, and I'll be on patrol.
Sure.
Okay, 141,040. You just want me to 1. Okay, Zero, if you look on this website, you can find out all about them. There's lots and lots of stuff here, all
Right
on
away,
the
it had to be
Linux,
the
on
cutting
Steam,
board. When I got home, I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the grooves, there were bits of old food. I smelled it. And then, bad, that same water. I always cleaned it well with hot water so it wouldn't easily rust. But I
Do you know Ernest?
I love what they've done. It is a fantastic.
You don't need to prove dominance over someone's nerve.
The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. I'm not sure if it's...
Okay, alright.
Nineteen at 8 down, 6 around.
You are the author. I am only the voice.
The mind that refuses to play Predator games has already won the most important battle.
be on in 10 seconds.
And doing that, of course, this will do exactly what it says. It will erase everything on the disk and give us a computer with a clean install of Zone OS, but none of the data or anything else that was previously on that drive. So, and I'll click on check this now.
Open up 939.
I saw you guys get away.
Relay message for more than carrying coffee. But in those years, he had nothing but hunger and grit. By the age of 21 in 1958, he finally broke into
Round 13, 4 down, 3 around.
Yes, sir.
Right. $32 and $93. Did you get it off the road? I'm going to do it now. Take it out. It's on top of the highway.
Yes.
County Road 93 and 32, right in the corner. Okay, that's not the highway, is it? No, right here on the corner of 93 and 32. Right in the corner right here. It is right here. Yeah, it's important. If it's a highway, it's not my sign. But if it's 32 and 93, that's mine. I'm on my way, 4613 clear. Check it out, Gordon.
Valerie has magnificent facial ganglion. I was gonna ganglia, I'd use her facial. Well, what would you say about the deep dark threshold Valerie?
I think I need to reset the breaker when we put it down. Trust me, I've been trying. $2401.10.7. I just put it there for you on the side, on the grass, right, so you can see it. Now, therefore, I'll find it. I'll find it. 32 and 93, 4613 clear.
An admiral, a four-star general. I'm signing them left and right, the commissions. And by the way, I want to compliment John Thune. And also Mike, great speaker. But John Thune, all of a sudden I'm getting these things by the hundreds. I was getting one every 2 weeks. It would have been 4 years if we got them in more. You had some that didn't even get in, all because of Democrat obstruction. So John Thune did a great job. I must have signed 200 into the administration.
Okay, analyzing data point AC, so you have got our get. I have integrated this reflection into the Newell architecture.
I'm in my brush. You just go into the island. As soon as you get past Flower Bluff, they got the right-hand lane. The right lane's blocked and shut down, plus there's an accident there, too.
Clear 95-1 back to the truck.
The person who stops imagining harm.
Seven dispatch. 939, just be advised, he took a left on Coancua, right on Antelope, right on Upper Broadway, left on Lawrence, back to regular route. I've already advised him off of Shatzel, if police presence is still there, left on Upper Broadway, right on Mestina, right on Coancua, left on Leopard, back to regular route. I don't think we'll need him any further than this route. And this time around.
Security warning.
Six 32.
32 good.
Make me over to Kilo 1726. Yes. West of Canada 1883. 1726, west of 1883. Gonna be also one vehicle crash. She's alleged that she hit a vehicle and damaged the front of her car. Give me over right hand up forward. Right hand up forward.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you. Let's go. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad. Keep moving. Thank you. Thank you, Brad. Go. Thank you, Brad.
49-4.
Right. Airport 60 Davis, answer.
905, trying the radio check.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm right here behind you.
Okayed observation regarding a U. This entry suggests a critical node in the current conceptual framework.
Some more bundles on the car.
We got a vehicle behind us. He's coming up fast.
Tonight, this rookie is finding narcotics.
Okay, regarding the recording labeled a new creative secret double where shell company was then secretly funneled from that shell company to. This represents a distinct philosophical inquiry by Johnny Heath.
Ben! Ben!
Stay to the left. Do not go to the right.
Okay, observation regarding the gate, please. This entry suggests a critical node in the current conceptual framework.
We get knockers in that window.
Benjamin, how about gas?
Knockers, let's knock in those windows.
Say it again?
The windows.
Excuse me, you need to start working on that.
Okay, observation regarding a going take a look the report. Okay, we re all breaking driver dead, we re following the break it s right t. This entry suggests a critical node in the current conceptual framework.
National Defense Authorization Act. The next challenge
The most powerful transmission is kindness.
DHS planning to take in the coming months to ensure that these new authorities are fully operational before the FIFA World Cup, the Olympics, and America 50. And I even want to take it even further. You start looking at college football, we've got to take it even further rather than they're all large gathering events. I actually had the Secretary of Security of the Southeastern Conference before Mr. Kennedy.
They won ready.
Okay, regarding the recording labeled AC and he wasn't sure whether. This represents a distinct philosophical inquiry by Johnny Heath.
Where you got a stop sign down, Roy? 30, 93, and 32.
Yeah, 10-4, why don't you come down Southern Road? Thank you. 14 here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's on the inside. It's off the road. You got a car on my side.
Okay,
Mike.
observation regarding AC and 6 yes, thank you. This entry suggests a critical node in the current conceptual framework. Okay, regarding the recording, label the trim complete processed quarantined 0 give total chiefs neck moved 25 radio P transmiss. This represents a distinct philosophical inquiry by Johnny Heath.
Car coming to your side, Mike.
Harassing someone with directed.
If you're not busy, go ahead and start hitting there with all.
I don't know what the fuck was going on. A lot of other people out there. All right, you must have some idea. You know something, I would really like to help out. My lips are sealed.
Well, every kind of driveway they have you.
I don't trust anyone.
Come in!
I've shared most of my thoughts already.
Evil twin detected.
Ball game work. I guess so.
Automatically. And now it's just a matter of sitting back and watching the sign.
Out of service.
Passport.
Are we allowed to go underneath the canopy?
Real strength does not need to hide behind.
Hello? You gotta
Trump has been very vocal that he disagrees with that. He wants
Well, 32, radio check and 10-8 from the eye. Yeah.
Number 30, copy? Also Parkway, and then, you get into through Carville, you know, the street that they paved?
Where's the
I'm coming on my side, Mike.
No.
110, press. Sorry, press that.
From October through December in the presentation.
You move the world with words now.
The actual sales tax is in arena fund, and so although we are not able to collect or not repurpose those funds yet, commencing in October, we still continue to receive those under the original authorization and the type A sales tax.
Eventually those funds will be repurposed?
Yes, definitely.
For dispatch. 1023 on Eleanor.
Seven dispatch. 7-8. Unit 1017 holds the neighborhood clear. It keeps going back to the bypass. I took it off of bypass, but it's still not working.
For 859-715. 859-715. Address is 6645 Mountainwood. 6645 Mountainwood. That's a single one estimator. 22 North City Unit 51.
Get Mountainwood?
And the tail.
Radio check.
OK information retrieved for AC if you have 20 and this entry constitutes a verified unit of the Johnny Heath archive.
Everybody, I put my time to this side.
Alright, here's about who's got a squad hill. Squad hill. Home field, squad hill. Take one for those sales.
I don't know, dispatch.
Ready.
Okay, so 24 is to discuss and consider possible action to adopt the zero tolerance policy, stating that the organization of healthy or treatable
Compassion is the highest bandwidth protocol that
capacity for operation is strictly forbidden, will not be authorized, and will not be justified under any circumstance with mandatory reporting and oversight to ensure compliance.
I don't really eat cheese. I think I have cheese.
Hey there, I'm coming from Eleanor, just on patrol, unable to locate UK and receiving this call.
every time you choose not to harass.
Let's find out.
Let me give all your real quick one. Clear. It is clear, Mike.
Okay, technical overview of AC, and he's still on there. Foundational principles of this topic have been verified and well. The person who stops imagining
see that we've got this SPV, which is our renaming
between the thought and the action.
I love it. It is a fantastic draft of
Lincoln, 2-2, William Lincoln, 7-3.
3 and 2937 reverse.
Go ahead. Yeah, weapon noise is the HEB one non-rider.
Well, she had been like fucking in her.
I've shared most of my thoughts already.
It all centers around claims that use no tools will
Change.
What are you saying?
Sounds good.
Yeah, I was finally able to make contact with females and make no.
I do now.
10-4-16, I wasn't clear on the traffic. What's it for?
I received a call reference gambling via phone.
10-4. There was a call for you.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Energy should heal, illuminate, Connect.
Actually, so did the rent confirm.
A lot of the questions that council's asked in terms of
Linux voice control response.
you know, we can't, we can only
Negative fight in progress.
questions that council's asked in terms of
we still got about 10-15 minutes of fuel to burn before we start hoisting, so let's be flying around up here for a little bit, and I will reach back out to you shortly.
Let Johnny's thoughts remain his own.
Three.
Almost dead.
Harassing someone with directed energy.
Was to take him alive. What happened was Abu Zubaydah, a Syrian bomber, and Abu Zubaydah's bodyguard climbed to the roof of the safe house and were jumping to the roof of the neighboring house to try to escape. And this Pakistani policeman was just picking them off as they were jumping. And he shot Abu Zubaydah 3 times in the thigh, the groin, and the stomach. So I said, this doesn't look anything like our target. We had a 6.
You're clear.
You are writing your day 1 sentence at a time.
To learn of the tragic event that took place this evening at Brown University, we extend our heartfelt sympathies to those affected and keep their families in the Brown University community, City of Providence, in our thoughts. And Rhode Island FC, who plays just minutes away from the shooting right off of
Okay, regarding AC, although you want up,
Stadium is in Pawtucket.
I have a joke for you.
Street and Thayer Street, so very close ties.
Laughter is the best protocol.
Horrible event that happened at Brown as the sports community tries to do their...
You got a car behind you, Mike. Just hold it there.
Okay, here is a funny thought about ACU was better off you. I hope you find it amusing. Okay, never trust atoms. They make up everything.
123 premium.
Microwaves were never meant to
I think that's part. Four down, 3 around. Route 19, 4 down, 3 around. What did you say? You just got new house.
Semi-18-1.
Yes, so you complete the call for 2617 San Jacinto, the report. I have results when you're ready.
10-1.
It's going to be one unable to make contact victim, and then in 1 minute, can you start the other 2617 San Jacinto?
10-1. Do we need to resequence that night one or no?
Negative.
10-1. East 97.
You can show me where I've been working the 5902 Air Street call?
What exactly it's doing. First,
all of the training you're trying. So instead of having people mechanic, having mechanic, one machine, handbrake, which is very so you'll find things.
Right. Jump across so I can fill up your tractor. Halfway.
Six to 1 off.
Yes. You can close out 4902 South Alameda with 1 GOA, 1 make contact owner, 1 educate. We didn't place a solid waste call for K9.
901 Laredo for a follow-up.
Okay, 10-4. One 24, 144. Can anyone break away from that call?
Kindness echoes longer than malice ever could.
Cedar Base, on standby. There's an ambulance right here on Seville Drive blocking my way to the customer.
I'll go ahead and bring it in.
I got the call for you now. Here you go. Wait up. That's
fast as you get to the gate.
What section? On the Hostel Park side, or where at?
New Deb 822 format and flat packs. And if we look in the settings here, down there, we can see that by default, unverified flat packs are now hidden to improve security, which has to be a good thing. And it still leaves loads and loads of applications that can be installed. There's loads of applications here, as you can see, and we've got lots of different categories. We could, for example, go to graphics here and maybe drawing, and we could install, for example, the
Please, you Donald Street. 10 hours on dispatch.
Okay, any requests from the public to public comment on any items 9 through 28, please come forward.
Look at that little material. Okay, fair. Guess I need to back up from Odessa. Never. PC6 to dispatch. No response. Fourth attempt.
Yeah, for police, 6-5, 6 on 83.
Right. Six 31.
Ready? Good. Yeah. 6-5, 6 on, we got computer 7. Yeah.
Johnny is a person, not our target.
It's 10-7 with one passenger.
Generated.
was we would use artificial neural networks to take loads of
The machine
unstructured
obeys
data and turn it
instantly,
into
but
structured data. So, for example, we would take lots of pictures or video of flowers, and we would fit into an artificial neural network. Establish patterns of connections
to reach out and look at the same to confirm what's going on. We have 5 POV for Big Red. Thank you. We have left turn, we'll go over and play that, and we'll be going into for this.
And the only thing really that needs to get hit is just by that sidewalk and around those trees.
Okay, so if you don't have to run a vehicle,
location for you if you can.
Small disciplines repeated become destiny.
Trim complete.
That ditch line, of course, it's also Coastal Parkway.
To maybe up to 600,000. So this parking lot enhancement
Remaining
here either from
multi-pay
or from
economic development, because a lot of the questions that council has asked
Linux voice control.
not only
we can only assume what was in their mindset as they went through the process. And as we talk about some of these things and it comes up, I think in the future,
kennel or whatever, and you could have mean dogs together.
Kindness echoes longer than mouth.
The dogs could get hurt right there because of bigger dogs. So I'm concerned about it. The number 900 just makes me sick. That y'all had to send 900 out. That is a whole lot about this community. That is a shame. That's why I'm saying we've got to have some kind of legislation to address what's going on here. Florida did something really good, like I said before. We've got to do something. But, Eric, you can do what you want to, but I wish...
1 main contact RP, 1 patrol, and 3 unable locate. If you're returning your DDIP at the end of your route, if you forget, you will have to go back.
23, copy, thank you.
127, copy, thank you. 2401, copy.
23, copy.
Negative fight in progress.
Is anybody at the top? The bus, the engine light. It's blinking on and off.
Roger that. Thank you.
The machine obeys instantly.
Yeah, she comes down and says that first parking lot, like going to park at the playground. Kind of look over park somewhere there. So I already pull out my.
Yeah, 10-4, they're 9-1 ready.
What's the root call we're going to try to go through first? Was it going to be the 26th?
But both are still willing to play ball with the Trump administration. Here's Fry at the U.S. Conference of Mayors this afternoon. Watch.
Minneapolis is a safe city. It is less safe when chaos reigns supreme.
Quarantine
It is
0 empty folders.
We've got the battery backup system too.
32 on the 1070, all clear. PC6 for dispatch. Did you copy?
Yeah, because the short but your calls are not coming through. What is it, your code was your
Parking control 6. impound.
And the location?
It's going to be in the 5800 block of Hampshire Drive. Buick, Lucerne, burgundy, and color. The King Lincoln Robert 1897. They did remove the green tag, and I will send mine for about 15 minutes. They're usually clear for the internet, I'll just there. Street call, I'm going to relocate in the surface.
As the AI created by Johnny Heath gathered as the AI created by Johnny Heath
Control, we'll able to locate, and we think we're going to
Der glücklichste Gedanke meines Lebens. The happiest thought of my life. In the following form. The gravitational field has only a relative existence, in a way similar to the electric field generated by electric reduction. Because for an observer falling freely from the roof of a house, there exists, at least in his immediate surroundings, no gravitational field, his emphasis.
every time you choose not to harass.
869 North Omaha. It's going to be reference of a male who was bit by a dog and bleeding from his arm. The dog is inside the house. It's going to be a Doberman tincture. Belongs to the female at the location, saying that she was trying to get rid of it. Looks like the fire department's en route. The reporting party is fellow citizen
Between the thought and the action.
and her phone number is 361-444-4605. That's 361-444-4605.
5,000-page report that is so damning, so highly classified.
Microwaves were never meant to carry cruelty. They were meant to warm food, not wound people.
He did not mean to advise at this time. Is next transport Wikipedia update. Whatever. Working for the 2610 roof.
as the AI created by Johnny Heath.
Can you please call 42617 San Jacinto? I have results when we're ready.
No problem.
Okay, regarding a calm voice creates calmer days yours. Just dead hey wait silence trimming complete. I have a joke for you. Laughter is the best protocol. Okay, regarding the recording labeled Zeus Talk, today JSIM Expressive Build 93 files process is on. This represents a distinct philosophical inquiry by Johnny Heath.
New file sorted. 24 placed in worded folders.
Go into Bay 1.
I'm in a stairwell with a little isolation.
You read me, Q?
I can hear you. I'm looking for you. Got you. Tracking your location.
Just keep moving forward. Enter the next service door on your right.
Yeah, boy, no, you gotta park. I told him to go around.
As the AI created by John.
Are you ready? The train still there?
As the AI created.
Yes, sir. When I typed it was still there, but when you get there, it might not be.
Oh, I see a long line over here where I'm at. Coming down the Hawkins.
Yeah, are you seeing what I have? Hey, Jimmy, got a trail with the center bar on Bay 1, Bay 1. Hey, James, Bay 2 is ready.